shady wiggle.
Hello. Uh, Big disclaimer. I ain't role playing anytime soon right now. So if y'all are tuning in for that, I apologize. I just wanted to chill and play Ace Attorney and stuff. I wanted to finally start it. It's usually it's usually like my chill out to go to bed stream, but I mean, what y'all should be expecting is just visual novel-esque type game, type beat. It's and I have to use my brain. Otherwise, I don't know. I might just like I don't know, do the first case and then swap over depending on how I'm feeling. I'm kind of like a little too anxious to go to bed either way because my RAM never got delivered yesterday, which was kind of what I was going to base my whole day around, which didn't happen, which kind of sucked. So I was really hoping that I could do that. Gobbler coming in with the 1,000 biddies.
Can you hold on these in the meantime?
Yeah, I suppose I can. Thank you. Otherwise, I hope you all been doing well. I'm sorry that my streaming schedule has been fucked for the last like 2 weeks. I've really not been feeling all too great. I don't know. I kind of hit like just a period of not wanting to really do much. A decompression period. I don't know. I tend to do this a lot where I'll kind of just go really hard and then I'll just go through like a depressive episode and it all starts with snow being outside and like it's too cold and I don't want to do anything and I don't know. But let me start up this game and we play a video game. It's all Velma's fault. Dude, it is all Velma's fault. I can't believe that shit's over, man. Alright, well, let me. Ever since Velma. Ever since Velma ended, it's all been downhill. Let me get into it. God, I've never actually played one of these on PC though. This is gonna be a weird experience. So this is like kind of one of the only. This is like really one of the only Ace Attorney games I haven't actually played. Because I was waiting for them to get localized and they didn't, and then they did. Ruggers. So I'm excited. Oh, can I just... Oh wow, can I just actually just choose which story right off the... That's interesting. But yeah, I'm gonna chill for a bit.
Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
I've been wanting to be on my murder mystery shit for so long too.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Dude, I can't believe he killed him, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are we sure about that, Cozy? I still can't believe it. I can't believe this is happening. How can it be? I was kind of under the... I thought this game was like fully voice acted, but maybe I was wrong. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? What's up, Sentry? Murder is freaking cool. What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Is that right? I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, can I use my controller for this? I mean, I don't want to see my mouse cursor. Wow. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That is enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? Dude, is this my lawyer? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Dude, this guy looks cool. Look at him, dude. His fucking... This shit's flying around in the wind. I'm pretty sure there's no wind anywhere in this building. And look at that shit. It's flowing. It's flowing for real, dude. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. He's the... No, dude. I'm the ace attorney. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh. Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again. Apologizing. Ruffle. Oh, Jesus. Why is this? Did that? Okay. This is FPS locked to 30 FPS, which is a little awkward. Just like always. Huh. No, I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Dude, my controller's literally... Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. Yo, Jaybird, thank you for the prime. Also, Boyan, thank you for the 3 months. Forgot to say that. Thank you so much. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. Boyan, thank you for gifting a sub to Doc Thunder. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma, Asagi, they're not even doing, are they doing the pun names for, I don't think they're doing the pun names for this one. My controller. Yo, villainous one, thank you for the 3 months. Kazuma Asagi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University, but he's far more clever than I. Yo, PS Gunky, thank you for the 3 months. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive, dude. Did you just read my inner thoughts? The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyways. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. Yo, Gobbler coming in with the 5 gifties. Let's freaking go, dude. We got the hype train. I don't understand. There was like boost trains a while ago. Now it's back to hype trains now. I don't get it, dude. Oh shit, we're back over 1,000. Let's freaking go. 1,000's crazy, by the way. Osees, thank you for the 5. Oh my god, 5 gifted. As you should say, nah. I don't believe that, but where's the vape in this game? Dude, the vape's blowing his freaking bandana around. That's bandana. I don't know what this is called. Proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly, 3 days ago. Yes, that's when it's all started. Oh, I was having dinner with the boy. Yo, Gobbler, thank you for gifting that sub to GG. Congratulations, Cosma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. Dude, this guy did it. That's gonna be my prediction now. This guy did it. This guy did the murder. I'm dreaming forever of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. Soon you'll be representing Japan as you'll immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. What proof do you have? That's just my prediction. It'll come to light. Look, his headband's even flowing. In still in a still picture. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'll have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place for a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Interesting. It was straight after that. That's when it all happened. Sagi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me, but never mind that for now. Asagi, dude, I don't know if I'm saying, I don't feel like I'm saying that right. You should immediately go to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in his trial was a sudden decision. There may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as I've seen him at the university before. I see. I'll go right at once then. Maybe this guy did it. Anybody's a suspect. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Rinosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. Sleep gang, good morning there, buddy. What up, Welder? My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, professor. Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asagi told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Yeah, I tried sleeping a while ago. Did not work out. Well, as you have no doubt, heard Asagi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Oh, fuck. And never granted again. But if I'm the ace attorney, if I'm the main character, okay, yeah. I had a feeling so he may have not chosen to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, dreams will be shattered. We're gonna be homies and we're gonna work together. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. Cold and just making injuries act up and waking up. Oh, dude, I fucking hate that shit. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But, then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not? Do you accept the accusations brought before you? This guy's setting me up. Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are about to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty? Dude, these guys are so mean. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Yo, Farisha. Coming in with the 14 months.
Thanks, Shadiko, for feeding us variety. I'm enjoying this while also cannot sleep. Stay cozy.
Thank you for the 14 months. And yeah, I'm sorry that the variety ends up being so far and in between. What time is your RAM supposed to come? Don't know. It's supposed to come yesterday. It was supposed to come yesterday at 2 p.m. And when I was looking at it, it was 9 stops away, and it was only down the freeway. I don't know what happened in between, but I went back to sleep. An hour later, the truck was on the other side of the city. And so I'm supposed to get it. Let's see. I missed what that said. Expected today by 6 p.m. So this is a courtroom. My one and only chance of providing my innocence in the trial that would decide my destiny. So this is a courtroom. All right. Supreme Court of Judicature. How did I pronounce it? Judicature? No court in the land has more power. I don't like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. Secret trial? Trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What caricature? Oh, okay. Judicature. I don't fucking. It's probably never going to come back up. But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh man, the judge looks dope. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for the final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question that the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... Dude, fuck it, dude. I'll do it. I'll need to answer quickly. What should I do? He's bugging, dude.
Yes!
Who said yes? What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be what? Where are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means that you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not like that, really. It's just, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent that he's confident he can even speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. He's scared shitless, dude. Yo, Denton coming in with the 17 months. Thank you. I realize that you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before a Supreme Court, You must have perpetuated a heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of of Japan. Accordingly, the highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you're taken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning more than I am. Dude, I'm getting like so... Huh. Like, plummy, dude. It's literally the worst right now. Let's start with the simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the name of the victim in this case. Dude, I don't fucking know. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I've cared to remember, but wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that. What was it again? Minusuke, you'll have to look over the evidence log. Your mind's gone blank. Alright, you know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record, but I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record, wide court record, with the simple press of E. If you find that you've ever forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just had to press E for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. E. This is the list of okay. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by the loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Interesting. He's my best friend, and despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Medical professor. Authority in forensic medicine. The lead prosecutor. John H. Wilson. He was visiting a professor of medicine at UMaine University from the British. Ouchie is gonna granny on me. No, he's about to get fucking steamrolled. Fuck, what was his name again? John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Go on. Find the victim in the people section, and then press R to present.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Haha. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to UMaine University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has been such profound implications. The British Empire is present, our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. Gulp. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been split on our soil. You both are undergraduates at the Imperial UMaine University, are you not? Murdering a professor from this very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Ugh, but I didn't do it. case is coming from under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Dude, this is a lot more than I thought I was. Holy. Huh. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat for the blame of this crime. So that's why his trial has these unusual peculiarities. Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Gulp? He was an Englishman, but nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. How'd it go down? Oh dear, look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. Time to fucking murder him. And introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death, well, obviously, that was, Inosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. I'm fucking panicking. The evidence that clearly shows. You always have to prevent your badge, at least once. Because it was in the court record. Okay. It won't be a mystery of your cause of death. Oh my god. Fine, fine. I'll present the post-mortem report.
Yes.
Yes. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death of gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report. I take it. Was kind of hoping you'd present the same thing, not gonna lie. Yeah, it would have put me in a little loop though. He's like, you fuck this up again, I'll fucking kill. Well, you know, that's like, yeah. So I'm jumping this between this and Neverosa. Nana Banana might be my new favorite crackhead energy character. I've seen the name, haven't seen the character yet. First cases are always fun because the protagonists magically forget how to do something that they've been trained to do for years. I know, and you always get the same guy as your first one. It's always a good time. It's a simple case. Here in Japan, a police officer inspects the body and draws conclusion in that way. Yeah, something pain. This one's ouchie. Winston Payne. So this is a so-called photograph. Why did I say photographic? Photographic print of the scene. You can clearly discern the scorch marks around the bullet hole. Gasp in pain, Winston pain, ouchie. Yeah. Actually, what's his full name? Takasuchi Ouchie. A sketchy. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. But usually, yeah, there's always like pun names with a lot of characters. Ouchie's pretty good though. Around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Dude. This is difficult. I am reading so much that it's hard to read chat right now. I've never actually like played a visual novel-esque on stream, I don't think. I mean, RPGs are one thing, but this is like a lot, you know? So the victim was shot at close range. It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of reading right now. Yeah, soundtrack's good so far. I haven't played through this one yet. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence in the record. Okay. A photographic. Why am I saying photographic so much? Photographic print shows the victim. He was shot in the front. Okay. So that's a photographic print. Dude, if I say photographic one more time, I'm going to frickin' lose my shit. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. So, obviously I've never played the Ace Attorney games on stream, but like a reason why this one or these two were like so well received. This is two games in one. I believe it's made by like the original director of the games, or is it made by the creators, the original creator? I don't know. The last like 3 games in the series kind of fell off. Actually, no, I take that back. I really enjoyed Spirits of Justice. Is that what it was called? Without further ado. Oh, what the shit was that called? Yeah, Spirit of Justice. That game was actually pretty not bad. Dual Destinies was ass though. So without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, prosecution hereby calls its first witness who is there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh. This is it then. Spirits of Justice was a banger. I get why people hate it, but the hype parts are really hype. I mean, I think all around it was pretty good. I think the only thing that really sucked was Athena. I just really don't like Athena at all. He's vaping, dude. He is vaping. I think I worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly. You're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. The fan out she has is a vape. Of course. Dude, he's vaping so hard that his shit, his headband's so fucking blowing. Kazuma, you must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Dude, that's my homie. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. He fucking went there. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Oh, he's fucking dying. Okay. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up fucking blood? It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed by foreign visitors some years ago. Have a good one, Dust Bells. Might see you later, who knows? It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate the overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants and an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. No such petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring. But aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at the time of the day. The lunchtime rush was over and there was only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in well with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away crockery and cutlery. Bang! A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair, and standing immediately beside him, a gun in hand, was the accused university student. I only played the Game Boy Advance one. It's probably one of the first 3.
Yes!
Hold on, let me clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor. I didn't shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from the petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report that you saw, you amateur. But next time you... Dude, why the hell did he... Next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you'll be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Dude, okay, let me run this back really quick. Dude gets shot, and the motherfucker picks up the gun and doesn't see anything? While standing over the body? Okay. I'll have my chance to fight back. Now we must quietly listen to the witness. Standing beside the victim with the gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Dude, he wanted to stake for himself. Without question, and apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? Me. Oh, bull fucking shit. Wait, what? What did he just say? What did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, There was a woman there. Oh, we're just bringing that up now? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Should I interject? Yes. Why do you say yes? Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day, I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, what are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Listen, August-san, is there a chance that you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? He doesn't see women. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. Dude, this guy probably got shot too. Let me see. Ah, sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. As you can see, the gentleman... Okay. He was alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Well, it's my business card. Something seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. It's not the waiter's business card, is it? So, court has now heard a process of the case. Let's take a look at this card. Whoa. There's writing on the other side because it's a business card, obviously. I can't flip it yet. Okay, nothing. No exit wound, bullet did not cry. Okay. The moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity of the victim was the defendant on trial today. Dude, this doesn't make sense right now. It does. The narrative does not make sense right now, but I guess it'll become clear. Yes, Your Excellency, if you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you might have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case in court, but I must warn the defense if you are determined by the pursuit managers first. Prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at this fatal crime. Witnesses? What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty on one way or another, it seems. Subtle off-white color. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead. If I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm just a fucking idiot. If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means is necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? Battle hasn't even begun yet, Rinosuke. Defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out us witnesses. You fuck it, man. Indeed, Prosecutor Ouchie. Please continue with proceedings. Many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Okay, bud. I can be your angel. Or your devil. A few short moments now, a dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Prosecution calls its next witness. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Yasunoza. Yasunoza. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a young purveyor of fine articles and antiquity from the effervescence of our nation, Nippon. And I conduct my trade from Rasute, humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio Corcutta. Alright, at your service. Antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be at the diners of the yacht. Okay. Myself, I habitually take the tea of most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios in which I make my business. You were murdering these names harder than the victim? Dude. Well, not only have I not slept yet, but I'm having a hard time. And I'm also just reading this out loud. Antique dealer. He sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. Seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. Enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. A black uniformed rogue infantryman over there loaded his firearms, sir. This man's impossible to understand as the other. Now I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Yeah, I did too. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Soldier is claiming he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Yeah, this judge is very formal, very serious. Will state everything you saw at the precise moment in the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report. Sir, why is that a baby? Huh, unsavory memories of most acerbic Avenue? I don't. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, dude, he has a different relic. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. That precise moment, the firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniform cadet and varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, this cowardly little weasel. All right, well, that's my first. Yeah, that's my first. He said from the back. He got shot in the front. I was on my hands and knees investigating where the abouts of my mysterious abscended precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosra, actually witnessed a vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Alright, well, we gotta find out where that baby is crying. Why is that baby crying? Why does he have a knife? Well, the exit wound would be more prominent than the entry room. He doesn't have an exit wound. It says so. It did not pass through the body. What times we live in? Oh, that's not a knife. Englishman assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Inosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. Why did... And I said hello to Dr. Wilson. I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Dude, I mean, different times, I guess, but I don't even know if... I don't know. When I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, boom, he got shot. So the pun for yes or no, sir is yes or no, sir. Yeah. I wasn't sure how to read out the other guy's name because it's like... Oh, Kirio Correcta. I don't know, is this one even a pun name though? Satoru Wilson. John H. Wilson. It's such a default name. If that's the truth, there's obviously a criminal on scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is. Inosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. Yo, Ibor, thank you for the 3 months.
Catch those filthy crimers.
Certainly. Testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare that the verdict... I was reading that, dick. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of all this, or this outburst? Dude, I'm fucking cooked. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. What? Dear me, let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? Prosecution objects. This is clearly a waste of time. Defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right for a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Gulp? Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Dude, stop. You have to expose the lies, press them and present evidence, find the inconsistencies. God, please don't tell me how to do this. Present evidence to fuck their day up. Present decisive and indisputable evidence that proves that they're lying. Blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. Don't let them beat you. You can't, Dusk-chan. I want to know why this guy... I'm gonna ask him about his beefsteak.
Yes.
Why does he say yes? I wanted to see it. Why is she saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask him about his steak, dude. Press everything and present evidence. This beefsteak you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Attention! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried and cooked. Dude, that sounds good. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir. I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? The next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying noise? Negative. Well, at least we've learned that he's just a big beef lover. I got an achievement called Prime Presser. Golden Curio. I kind of do want to know about that, but at that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. What? I went back. Go back. How do I... Oh. Hey, don't tell me... Yes, I know. Stop. 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 Stop, 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 stop. I wanted to press the man on his old stuff. I know, Dude. You find a statement, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Yeah, I get it. Fuck it. Oh my god. Dealt too many penalties, the case falls apart, and I'll receive a guilty verdict, and it's game over. Yeah. Stop. Hear the witness's statements over and over again, as many times as you'd like, okay? But why wasn't I able to go backwards? Why is there a left arrow if I can't click it?
Yes.
Tell me about this golden curio. I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, boy. Come on. You mean an old India coin? Day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period had entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day. Said item secured in my bosom pocket. In the hope of finding an affluent, cognizant, appraised of its indisputable bull. So you're hoping to sell your coin to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope. No, I would hope that I could see the coin, or whatever it was. Well, you little upstart cadet. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't say a thing, although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of midday luncheon. Therefore, I mean... The gentleman beside me who was grappling his braised veal at the same time was my sole prospect. I see. Alright. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Present. Feel like I could get away with presenting either of these, but I'm gonna do this one.
Yes.
Why is he raising his hand? What are you playing at, cadet? What is this meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some foot at... I almost said it again, dude. I almost said it again. I almost said photographic. Photographic print my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. Why does he keep doing that? He slams down on it, but he's not slamming hard enough. He's like, it's doing like a Delver Death Chan. And he like goes and like looks at his hand and he's like, what did I just do? It's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. There is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Oh, I'm about to fuck your life up. This is so frustrating. Ooh. you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photograph. Bro, I said it again. Photographic. I don't know why I'm like so hung up on saying it this way. Why am I keep saying why do I keep saying photographic? Sleepy reading? I mean, I guess. New character trait. No, I fucking hate it, dude. There's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. Sergeant Yasunosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? No, we can't get a counter. And the statement you just made was this. A black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own very great eyes. But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Cause... close look at the print. Got shot in the chest. Ah. Gobbler, thank you for that. Gifted sub. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, what? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back as he pushed. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Gobbler, thank you for gifting that sub to Psycho Killa. Should not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I'd... Oh, he does have a baby. Oh, he does have a baby. The baby? Let's go. Less testimony is one thing about Sergeant Yasunosa did not see the defendant firing a gun at all because he had a baby, dude. That was the boss baby. He did that shit. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yeah. Oh, see, you can see the baby right there. It's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial for that one discrepancy. I just get a... So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. Yes! What? No! But I never fired the gun. Dude, I hate that he says yes. Please tell me he says something else later on, because I am hating this shit right now. All I did was pick it off the floor. Please tell me he learns how to properly object. You didn't see the moment that the shot? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Oh! The Hoyer Koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place my bosom pocket like particular trinket and interest from my shop, Rasute. I hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was the military man. Then Holy fuck, dude, this is hard to read. Okay. My Hoy treasure believed that he would purchase a rare find. I did not. I was presented with a little alternative. Yeah, he do be jiggling. Oh! After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more. It was vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. Gunshot. You heard the gunshot? Yes, indeed I did, but I heeded it not. I was only concerned with finding my treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest. Did you find the coin? No. See. That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Kaban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the coin for himself. Ooh, drama alert! The government has promised to send a flow report to the Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Yo, Mim! What up? Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was well. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing wonderful today. I'm Shadiko. I'm a streamer. Me and Mim go back quite a lot. Today I'm starting Ace Attorney Investigations. Not Ace Attorney Investigate. The Great Ace Attorney. Ace Attorney Investigations is a different game. I'm very cooked. I've not slept yet. I've been awake all night. I decided I was gonna start streaming. But it's going good. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream was well. The government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Gobbler do be sniping. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. Dude, I can't read. Can't fucking read. Yeah, I'm cooked. Normally I kind of stream roleplay, GTA roleplay on NoPixel, but I decided I don't want it right now, and so I'm playing this. No matter how subservient our government feels, it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. Defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. What the hell does that mean? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as clerical class, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Dude, the baby gonna testify. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks. Name, I know. Its name is I Do. I do know, sir. I do know, sir. I do know, sir. However, hold on. Bring this back to the beginning, where that professor told us to answer the question. He told us to answer the question, I do. Alright? I remember this. I'm catching on to something here, I bet. It seemed those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. I do. Attention. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Oh shit, dude. That's why the headband is flowing like this. The original trilogy made me cry and laugh for about 30 minutes straight. I was in so much pain. I love the original trilogy, but I've played them way too much. I want to play the second trilogy, but it's never come out on PC. Well, actually, Apollo Justice might. No, I don't think so. Apollo Justice is coming out on a lot of things, but as far as I know, the 3DS games haven't come out on anything except for maybe phone. Even if what I saw was the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I did see. A visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Okay, so where was the woman? Indeed, alone, he was the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Oh, is this where I'm gonna learn about pressing now?
Yes!
That's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her. Okay. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. Prosecution has I said it again, dude. I can't stop saying photographic. I can't stop saying it. Photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic? Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Council? Indeed, on the table the victim was dining, taken by an investigation immediately after the incident. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, there was no other plate. Yeah, I did stop midway. It'd be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Ugh. This doesn't make any sense. The court will now add this photographic evidence to the record. A photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photograph. Carbonated water and a steak lunch. I don't understand what's going on here. Well, the woman could have just hid under the table, I guess. See, the waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. I saw a woman with him. Okay. It would seem that we'd be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. There are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think Takasuji Aochi have contributed to the enmity of these great empires. It's been an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Alright, let's see if I can predict something here. I mean, easily they could have gone out. Easily somebody could have hid under the table. What's going on with this one? There's a steak. Fork is kind of weird over here. Do I see the coin anywhere? I mean, these photos are kind of the same. The map shows 4 chairs. Yeah, I don't know why his chair was turned around. It does show 4 chairs. But none of these have 2 seats. So that might just be like a thing. I don't know. There's something going on behind the scenes, and yet now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth. In your cross-examination, I am going to learn how to press. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick. All right. Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. True culprit. Even if what I saw was in the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it was almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that. The young man presses.
Yes.
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor. Obviously, it is the culprit. That's the only way you could explain it. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when... Noticed the gun. Okay, so he just finished drinking his coffee. A gun is shot, and he just picks it up. Or did he pick it up and then a gun was fired? Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. That makes a lot more sense. I was gonna say, if he heard a gunshot and then picked up a gun, that was fucking stupid, you know, like, and bizarre. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and found myself in an equally testing predicament, and as a result... That... Knife vape. Yo! You pulled a knife out, then you vape from the hilt. Or the pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a search at the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Presses? Somebody was already in. There was a lady there. Been at pains to point out time and time again, I've been growing callous in my ear. There was no lady! Well, yeah, there were more people dining there at the time than someone else would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened, the quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place is almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was any reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and while he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. Okay, what is that? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. At a clinic? Oh, wow. There would be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence as before it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think? I think it does have relation. Submit that shit, dog.
Yes.
I want to see that medical report. It's probably going to be like, he shouldn't be eating beef. Not to mention that the movements prior to his arrival are of no concern. Slam. It's up to us to decide, and we have no right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request or submission of evidence. Very well. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's the most disturbing trend. Whoa. Alright, Mr. Ouchie. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Let's see that shit. Let's fucking see that shit. What do we need right now is new clues. Okay, well that's why I wanted to look at this. I can't look at this. They don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, but it's the day after the festival. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witnesses' testimonies leave no room for doubt.
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position that I place you in. The testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that one point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence that we have to support their statements as well. There is a single beefsteak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The teak stealer, a sergeant, and the waiter testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. I need a hoodie. Hold on. So then why? It's cold. If I'm perfectly honest, I have no idea. Yeah, it's very cold. Therefore, no other than the black uniform could press. Why aren't you telling the truth? What? Did you say that? I clearly remember. Yeah, none of them saw it. Not just a case for these two witnesses alone. The third witness, whose testimony that Kurt heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Do I have proof? Such proof. A blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Unless the proof is just the medical report, I guess. Well, work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. Oh god, this is only a first case and I'm... Let me see that medical report card you got here. Oh, now we get to... Okay, that was what was throwing me off. I had to learn how to examine the evidence. Okay, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, yes, I can turn stuff around. Examine it from all angles by using Wasad. Yeah, the keyboard controls are very awkward, but... If the crosshairs start to pulsate, you can examine it. got it. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card, see if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the side and space to inspect. Can't see shit. Okay, well. Dentist. Like this medical report. Or the family doctor. I can't imagine going to the doctor. Well, as long as I'm alive, never consulting one. Okay. Well, if you were dead, there's no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. You're at your lowest ebb. True? Medical history, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. Just before the incident, he had had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. This is the most modern practice for the West pain relief. Heard of this anesthesia. Anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Oh, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for the next 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic wears off. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Wow, dude. That one particular statement. Let's go back to that testimony. Let's fucking figure that shit out. Wait. No, how do I go back? Oh, I have to press A to go back? What the fuck? Present.
Yes!
Boom. Roasted. Yes! I fucking hate it. I think, maybe after this case he builds up his confidence and he actually learns how to object. Maybe during this case he learns how to object. What are you wittering, lad? You call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Yonosuke, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally under the circumstances. I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. Kazuma, I could see it clearly as a cross-examination carried out. When you raise your hand straight up like that, you purposefully knew exactly what it was that you wanted to say. Don't you feel like you have to choose your words carefully and just say what you're thinking? Yeah, why does he keep raising his hand? Yeah, he has to build the confidence. He has not built the confidence yet. He hasn't even learned the finger point yet. Correct us on... This is a medical report belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on the report card with your witness statement. I can't handle this fucking... Delver Desk Chan, dude. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dude, he's gonna learn this case. Oh, I don't think anybody actually got wind of Delver's vertical video because it was too long for him to post. But he desk channed in it, which was really funny. I don't think there was any POVs for his vertical vid. Bjorn yoinked that phone. when he death chant, that's when we were telling Bjorn that he fucked it up. Forgot my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? I don't even know if he gave the phone back, actually. You're not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But, let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It's after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered in the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. That's where you're wrong, but that's, remember, Inosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words, just make your point. He wasn't allowed to eat. The witness testimony is that the court has heard and clear and concise. The medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly perpetrated. Oh! Medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Dude, he's sweating. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which has issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Dude, he's fucking... What if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating, what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It was all written up here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure. Well, anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... correct us. Oh, what, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that couldn't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and he was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Yeah. Did carbonated water exist this far back? I guess so, maybe. I don't know. Did they discover water carbonation yet? Is this lore accurate? What is this nonsense? Some water is naturally carbonated? Really? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Oh, they spec that shit. Okay. Use your head. It's the very discrepancy we're all talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant in case have turned. Dude, he's so fucking cool. Wouldn't you agree, Rinosuke? Dude, he's starting to understand. So having undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? Court will hear the opinion of the defense in this new puzzle. I assume you're ready. Counsel? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... me! I don't think they're gonna let me say it. There was no such person. Yes. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. And we have evidence of an half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else eating it. Ugh. There's strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will have to lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? You're goddamn right. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone, so if not, now it turns out the two of you deliberately lied while giving your testimonies. Obviously, you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will be also deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! No! Negative. There was no mention at this at the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. That's right. This man says, just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they... Oh shit, dude. Ooh. Oh. What did you say, Correctus-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Hold on, lad. I was, saying you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? Wait, you knew that she was from overseas? What's the meaning of all this? The witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? The waiter told them. Just one simple slip of the tongue. The baby told them, dude. Counsel, explain yourself what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. I can't get over this, like, looking back to see that I actually just slammed the desk like that. Bring the waiter back out. You preparing to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? I can't get over the slap, dude. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to all this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't think Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? There are only a handful of possibilities. Could have only been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. So, medical report. Examine this new piece of evidence in more detail. Okay. Examine everything. Oh, am I allowed to do that now? Wait. Ah. Sequence breaking time. Business cards do tend to show the person's name. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's the job title. Yo, Chris coming in with the 5 gifties. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Investigation. Inspector. What on earth? Let's face it, the police have a lot of power. I'm probably gonna have to. It's probably gonna make me see this again. Yeah, the waiter did say it was his business card. And then he got all sweaty. It's your opinion they won't accept you as a UMA student university. You may not come in, as they say. I hate this. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I must not forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to write that. Fucking... I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes in my head. Ooh.
Yes!
I think, Counsel, you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Otherwise, the sighs of disappointment in the courtroom may deafen you. Oh, can I not come to this conclusion yet? Otherwise, I may have to use the input. Wait, did I fuck that up? Oh, wait. Oh, okay, no, I was thinking it was the other guy's business card. That's where I got confused. I thought it was... I fucked up. Okay. I know. I meant the waiter. I thought it was fucking okay.
Yes!
Well, surely that would have been Tsunaga-san. The waiter took the stand earlier. Poppycock, what possible reason the waiter would have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. However, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were. Yeah. Yeah, so I saw police and I was like, oh yeah, medical police examiner. That I forgot the name of the waiter. Oh, wait. I meant to present this, not...
Yes!
Shows a great attention to detail, but I'm not sure we concluded anything. It won't my controller work wirelessly right now. Okay. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. The back, the back that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say. Hosonaga-san, sketch the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. Waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. Yeah, he's starting to level up his desk glam. The title card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? Waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as regular civilians are concerned. So witness is there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Oh well. Hold it. It's the waiter. Oh fuck. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Is there a problem? Hand over plan over the court officer at once. Yeah, he started panicking. And he's also bleeding. I strive to carry all my investigations out flawlessly. It's my guiding principle, yet I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you were really a detective? Well, why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there has been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide. Well, Inspector. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Why did you tell... Why did you silence them? At the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in time, or in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you'll be required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Coughs up blood. It's very unsanitary, dude. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. Huh, as I suspected. Bang! Oh, dude, did you just get shot? As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting on the opposite victim at the same table was a young lady who is soon to be an Englishwoman. I guess to be an Englishwoman. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. She wasn't supposed to be there. Those were my orders. If this Englishwoman was the killer, it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at this point. An Englishwoman has been an Englishman has been murdered on our soil. The nameless Englishwoman is the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. What do you mean, Kazuma? Maine University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory, was probably the girl that we met right in the beginning. It was the English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands that you name the lady in question at once. No. Miss Jezebel Brett. Josiah Brett. Giselle Brett? She's a foreign student in a medical facility. What's happening here? Arrest evidence and order these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. Okay. It must be Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Well, let's call her the fuck in, dude. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Yeah, it's getting kind of serious here, namely that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false. It would be a desecration of the justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would mean the missing noon deadline of ruling order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country to be... or any other to influence the proceedings of my court. Where's my RAM? Ugh. I'm back from treatment. Did I miss any nonsense? Oh yeah, we blew a hole wide open in this case. Big ol' hole, dude. Big time hole. Massive plot developments. It was the Sutler, wasn't it? The Sutler turned out to be... And turns out the soldier has a child on his back. Yeah, that's also a thing. Hmm. But yeah, so yeah, he does have a baby on his back. Sutler turned out to be a cop who silenced the witnesses. What up, Harley? It was Brian Knight all along. It's my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So, there won't be a problem. And I'm pretty sure it's the girl in the beginning that we're talking about right now. Nothing will get in my way. Dude, this guy's gonna fucking die. Court will adjourn briefly. What is the pun for her name? Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Did it, guys. I made it to the first to be continued part. Hell yeah, I'm saving. Drinks water. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. Oh, dog, I'm Iron Manning this shit, no saves. Oh, gulp. It was unbelievable. Looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you're grinding your teeth. It's true. He's starting to like really just get it together. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, he started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. By the end of this court case, he's going to point fingers and say objection instead of yes, and raising his hand. He might have had a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I ever get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyways, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Josiah Brett. Josiah Brett. I've never... Sail bullet? I don't... That's what I was trying to tell everyone. Dr. Wilson was alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? But my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Okay. Okay, yeah, we can talk about it later. But this young woman, thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scenes. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I picked up the gun. I had the gun. Didn't have any time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. I was thinking about the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining room. There you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikitoba. Well, it seems I was right. A pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems that you've planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system, even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study to Great Britain and being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm still the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. Yeah, because he was really cool. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. Ah! Don't look at me like that. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. The same. I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, see, I didn't know that before. Anyways, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I need that we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. The victim, it was me. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before these old fossils know what's him. Kazuma. Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure that I've been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend, coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. He's gonna die second case. Second case is gonna be about his murder. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Ain't no fucking way this guy survives. He's too cool, dude. Also, I mean, you know, Phoenix Wright 1 has Mia, and she fucking... Yo, little Bubby coming in with the 2 months. Thank you. Alright then, I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of the sukiyaki meals that I like from the Yume cafeteria on University Tree, with an extra large portion, of course. Yeah, he ain't surviving. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Professor Ouchie, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. I can see him killing someone and you covering for him in trial. It's also been a plot point that's happened before in this series. Well, not covering, but unmasking your cool friend as a fucking murderer. You still think that it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down our nation's founders? Again, terribly sorry. And the friendship between our nations is really so fragile that the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Death slam. Is this a Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up. Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing. Nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering. Is that how? There's no way that that's properly spelled. Is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one that could arguably study harder too. Standing here in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Now I'm reading his Prince of Delver's voice in my head. Yeah, we're terrible, but I've noticed it could be just like a spelling thing, because I noticed that they spelled like honor with OU. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and it exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking a stand. A visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. What the hell? Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Osanaga. I have been working undercover. Okay. Yes, we know about you already. In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. I don't know. More importantly, a little earlier you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the only thing you're sure of. Oh yes, I think I did, didn't I? Your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Yo, Adam Ryan, thank you for the 9 months Prime. Sorry, Renosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Her fucking accent's too strong. I can't fucking understand. Terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Huh? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I didn't understand a word you said because it was as beautiful. Oh, it's because she's fucking... I actually can't understand her because we're all Japanese, dude. We don't know English. Wait, does that make sense? Yeah, it does make sense. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Cosma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You clearly been... I can't fucking understand her because of her fucking accent. You clearly been paying attention to your English classes, Renosuke. Court thanks this beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Sorry, I was checking the package again. Because it's not fucking here, and I don't want to miss it because it's fucking cold out. Okay, she was dining with Dr. Wilson. She says yes. She's from the ends again. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. I'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape, I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Proper last time. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Said it again. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? He is translating. Apparently, it is very frightening and a sorrowful sight. You mean to say, yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court what the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight that you described. Yeah, so he's translating right here. I love that the one person that pushed people to lie on the stand is the one trusted to translate. Yeah. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that way. And the professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself only. A beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Why was he turned around? I still don't get that. I don't carry a gun on myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Oh. Oh, really? As a condemning testimony, yes! Oh, he's death slamming, dude. He's death slamming with confidence. Have any argument with the professor at all? Quiet, you filthy wretch. Oh, quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard, and look at the Snow-White Angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blur it out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. He's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she was today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to, true. Unless and until the precise location where the witnesses to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words in the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress so I could prove it. Hold on. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means that this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. This is what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Ooh, she smirked. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Does she smirk during this testimony? Professor wasn't it? Oh, thank God, dude! I'm back at five whole points. The professor wasn't able to eat, so I ordered for myself a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Yes. Press this one? Ooh! Look at that! Look at that death slam! Ooh! That was an awkward camera jump. When I wasn't expect to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but oh, there it is, weak again. But all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim here than me at the time, the highly suspicious lady. Apple II, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway. Okay, let's press about this argument. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyways, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. She can't understand you. Sprat does not appear to speak Japanese. Japanese is such a cumbersome language, and dude, this guy is a... Oh no! You must all speak English. Holy dude. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever in the presence of a beautiful woman. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies to completely state face. So when he finished his coffee and stood up to leave... Oh, she's smirking.
Yes!
So why is the professor sitting next to the steak? You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems she heard the professor was to have some dental treatment, so that would mean... It's you who ate the steak pictured here, is that right, Miss Brett? Why would he be so thirsty when he's got the juiciest pussy? Game is 2 steps away from getting cancelled. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, this is a Japanese-made game, so... God knows what's going on. To have traveled a distant land on the far side of the world and to be embroiled in such a tragic accident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I will crush the evil fiend that is subject. Have no fear, my dear lady. I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. Professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water, so it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Miss Gay, about the witness's last statement? I guess it's meaningful? The last statements of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us. What is this profound bearing, I have no clue. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added in the testimony. Oh. There's not 2 glasses on the table. Gladly. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I hope there's some more useful tips when you're picking up from this experience in that, Rinosuke.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me. What's odd is the offense's inability to express itself. Ryosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? The cheers? Miss Brett told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minute? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minute. What is that word? Could it be the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. There should have been 2 glasses on the table. Are you going to try and tell me that you can only clink with one? Shia? Sally took 2 glasses to the table. There's a missing glass. Inspector, what did the lady say? Seeing that Miss Pratt took the glass from the... It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try and hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Dude, she just spoke in cursive. Sorry. Oh, please. We must remember this student just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before our very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable and young and beautiful woman of mischief?
What?
No. This can't be just put down to mischief. I'd like it to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do English women. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So she just had a handbag, but she couldn't conceal a gun. Yeah, okay. Alright. Fact remains, this glass has absolutely no bearing on this case. Student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation on why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have bearing on the case. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Yes, do try and keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Pratt stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. In which it would be possible to conceal a gun. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that. Dude, he's too cool to not die. He's going to die. Gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must be another firearm at the scene, the true murder weapon, if you will. Vile Blackguard. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Mr. Zyle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? There's another gun when it was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Mrs. Brett's handbag. No! 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 Order. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show her the contents at that time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Cosmo? Oh, now he's coughing up blood. What a sorry situation. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because there was no handbag. It was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. Piece of evidence here that I completely forgot about. Oh, convenient. This photographic print. That's an interesting mark on his hand. This print is a photograph. I would thought to be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. The contents are clearly visible. Yeah, so that marking is the same as the steak. This is probably a hot plate, you know? So he probably pointed a gun and burned his hand. I don't fucking know. But it is a burn mark. It's probably like, yeah, one of those like little plates that like you serve the steak hot on it. There had been a gun inside, it'd be immediately obvious. Oh! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh. Order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. A photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Why is the strap a fucking chain, dude? It's like, doesn't even look like a fancy chain. It just looks like a regular ass chain. Court has been now shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must take my ruling. Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. The pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us. The pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Oh, just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. I must have you know that I'm more powerful than ever right now. The weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat your child. Shit, dude. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. The fact that you can chew on your heart's content from the inside of your cell. Can't be happening. Am I really gonna be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. Is there really no chance of turning this trial? Dude, I'm so fucking cooked right now. You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. Now we'll proceed immediately to ruling. It seems that we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you yes. I'm not going down without a fight. Your Excellency. I actually should not have my phone next to my mixer because then it will cause static into my mixer. Ryunosuke. What does Ryunosuke translate to? This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no other significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means there is a problem with the evidence. Some significant detail, I mean. And the ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence. Better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly. The new evidence submitted by the detective has undergone the court's scrutiny. What is the crazy thing? It's not the handbag. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. But this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which does not seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? What? But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at your photographic print, Inspector Hasanaga, as submitted before. You'll identify the court where this print we see the significant detail in which you have alluded. Right fucking here. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. It is true, it looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly, it has nothing to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. It doesn't. Go on, Inspector. Police coroner has also noticed it. It is deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? We have no idea, or no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points, unless a firm connection in the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. It is, well, it's a brand. It seems Miss Brent has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. Hold it! She would like to know if she can be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. I believe this burn does have something to do with the case. To be honest, I am not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in hopes that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? Death-chan. If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prize this shutting the back door open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was that the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Oops.
Yes!
Boom. Roasted. What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things that we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
Can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What's in this photograph that explains the reason for this victim's burn? Did I not present this? Oh.
Yes!
The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess that is some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Oh! This emblem on the plate matches the one on the burn. Fucking got him, dude. Exactly the same shape. Oh! Inosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that, or likely it happened on some other... Oh wait. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. Most likely it happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aoji, chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And now, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, just as the fence pointed out. This is no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's just see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have centigrade. A burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim would have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I could testify without hesitation. You're a detective, not a waiter. You're a detective, not a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the inspector scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for any reason, like 3 seconds on that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, Sergeant, and the old antique dealer, all of us would have, without any question, heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi? Oh, well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Inosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we would arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense in this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, which he suffered a burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson I could see was asleep. Kind of working because, you know, he was... All three of these kind of work. Yo, Jonathan, thank you for the 3 months. He was on pain meds.
And we have cozy love with self-love still up.
And there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. Extractions. I ate a tooth out. Yes, it's just before I went to lunch. Dr. Wilson. Oh, we used laughing gas, so he couldn't feel anything. It's the latest. Okay, so he was out the perk. It's a cautionary note. It says, no food or drink. Hadn't noticed the burn. Being as absent-minded as you should. Well, no, that didn't work. Okay, I'm gonna guess he was asleep. Next. How about I hold your wrist on a hot plate and we'll see how your bumbling scatterbrain copes. Okay. Call me partner after this. This is a critical moment. Maybe very well. Is it possible that he was already dead? But then why would he get shot? I mean, it's possible he was this tendency to not... Okay, so he was already dead. Fucking hell. The steak was poisoned. He didn't eat the steak. He couldn't eat the steak. The water was poisoned. I didn't want to believe that he was already dead because it doesn't make sense that he got shot. Those are so dim-witted. How is he already dead, though? No man could remain silent with his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from one in particular situation. Counsel? Yeah, I guess poison the water. Because I'm guessing... Oh, actually, that makes sense. That actually makes way more sense now that I think about it. Because this would have been her glass of water. So this would have been her glass of water that is on there. And the one that's missing because he was supposed, for whatever reason, it's still not explained why he's even sitting here, I guess. Oh, well, I guess, yeah. But his glass was poisoned. I think? I don't fucking know, dude. What are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible. If the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. The beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day. The professor was already dead. That's madness. Order, please, counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. Well, no, they explained how their shit works. And this is like, they just looked at the body. Well, no, I'm guessing that she waited for the poison to go to effect. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts. Yeah, they only inspected the body. They didn't do an autopsy, like an actual autopsy. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Yeah, he's gonna fucking die, dude. He's gonna die. I'm going to London. It's true. As we all believe, that victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. He's way too cool, dude. He's too cool, and they have to kill him off because, you know, like, there's no fucking way. Or we both go to London, and then he dies there. It's highly likely that Miss Brent knows something about it. Incredible. And now she's gonna start speaking Japanese because this is like the final battle of this case. Sorry to say, Miss Brent. You will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency. The justice system in a country may be in its infancy. Rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. She's gonna speak Japanese starting now. She's gonna unveil herself. It's gonna be the final battle. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd just be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relationships between my country and yours. Oh, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? She's gonna take off that hat now. Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. That's kind of rude. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Dude, she's kind of yikes, dude. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. You're truly honored by this lavish consideration you could graciously afford us. She's a racist, dude. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. Now, I hope she's guilty. I mean, she's obviously guilty. So I see we're finally going to hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, right, Nosuke? Victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I had raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways. She knows, dude. She knows. What was her motive, though? I guess she'll explain it when we bust her. That was the most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all. Not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that I can't fucking do this. That this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today. Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Oh, well, thanks. Was that a prayer then? You'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. That's true. He kind of does it the same way as Phoenix, where he just, like, fucking stumbles through shit. I will be ruling on the case immediately. Oh, gulp? Phoenix is pure luck? Well, he's Phoenix's, like, great-grandfather? Grandfather? And you must proceed with the crown. Unfortunately, when I brought mistake, the professor and I raised our glasses and a toast. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other cause of death besides a gunshot. Press. So, there is evidence. There's evidence that still has yet to be presented to us. A girl had to go get the thing. Someone is shot or strangled or stabbed. Thrown from a height. However, a person's life is taken, there is always telltale traces on the body. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? Well... Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls flat, doesn't it? Sorry, So, in the beginning of the break, rather, they said that they were going to, get a crucial piece of evidence. Oh, Paris thought calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Oh, my honor, I, Takasushi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast aspirations. Why are you killing someone that leaves no trace? We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at the crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? The carnival is open for business. Exactly, which means even the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence might be lost. Okay. What do you have to say, mister? Be tactful about this as much as you can understand. Oh, a killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is starting to finally see sense. Oh, true. There's still something about what Miss Brent said, and there was a moment before her when something didn't seem quite right. Meanwhile, he's fucking dying. I mean, I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a clink. Plasma. God, I'm starting. My voice is starting to get a little cooked here. What? We're gonna escape? There's one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no, it's about him. Inspector Hosanaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely in Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. This time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Cosmo's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose. Once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Oh boy!
Yes!
Same dialogue goes happen. Okay. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Till now. Well, I mean, he shouts wait, too. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they let their guard down. I wonder if this is gonna be a thing where I have to, like, question multiple people at the same time. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Oh, is this a gimmick? Pursue. It has to do with the witness's marker. What marker? Okay. Welcome to Ace Attorney. New game, new gimmicks. This isn't a new gimmick per se, because they did this same gimmick in the Layton crossover. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's currently actually making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right, you can turn your attention to the people in the stand. Yeah, I love that game. That was actually a really good one. It was kind of shocking to me too, because it was like a lot better than Ace Attorney 5. And catch the person at the right time. Okay. Focus on the detective and pursue him with A. Let's see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Ugh. What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He was really just lost in his thought deeply. Looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady said next to you had to say. I'm excited to know what the actual prosecutor is going to be like. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. Because it's not going to be Ouchie. Ouchie's only the beginning prosecutor who really makes a fool of himself. They have the same character for each and every, like, first case. What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this? This delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with their testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? I don't think it's gonna be. I'm like 80% positive that Kazima's gonna die. Kazuma's gonna die. Absolutely not. In fact, I'll even watch the opening for the next case just to see if he dies or not. Actually, it's probably gonna be like Edgeworth, but his grandfather. Great-grandfather. Detective is in the stand that makes him a valuable witness. It's not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved with the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? I'm dying. Oh yes, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not modern as used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the crime as preserving evidence. You see? I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. What's that? This is the bottle of carbonated water I took at the victim's table that day in question, and yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's still some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming, I guarantee it. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Carbonated water plus laughing gas? I knew it. I don't think it. I'm pretty sure it's poisoned. Cause that man is. He's probably taking a sip of the poisoned fucking water. Yes, it was that bottle. What's that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. Think the cough is a misdirection again? I don't think so. Alright. Let's examine this water. The label is written on a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. If you just say that, you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, don't do that. For one thing, it's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh, right. We don't know what might be inside, or do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. More ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Well, how do I know if there's something in?
Can't find anything out of place. How am I gonna figure out if there's something in the water? Holds bottle upside down. See anything else that's out of the ordinary with the bottle?
Yes!
I'll present it. Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Look at him, dude. He's panicking. He knows he drank out of that bottle. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order. Now on that day, who's sitting at the same table as the professor and able to sip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly done it. Sale Brett. It was you.
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence, you little rookie imbecile. Have you ever considered how the delicate situation of our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may.
I will silence you forever with this.
It is you who should be silent.
Oh, of course. Dear lady.
What was he even saying?
Disgraceful attack on this lovely young.
Yeah, she did do that. Where did that come from? She just snapped. She's gonna take off that hat now. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, my lady, to what are you referring? I described your police as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Yeah, he sipped that shit for real. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents.
Dude, this motherfucker just took a swig out of the bottle.
I ordered a test for every toxin that's available in the country at this present time. I could find no trace of poison in any description in the bottle of carbonated water. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. Well, it's in the glass. Very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
So sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. This is where I get saved with the giga evidence. The prosecution has asserted a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Hold it. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. court proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present to the court at this point? I'm gonna get saved, Kazuma. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more.
Hold it!
Ooh. Please wait. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Wait,
She's sharing a name?
anybody?
Oh, it was his daughter. Bum bum bum.
Mikotoba. My darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning, and in her hand she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth.
To be conti- Whoa! I'm already 3 hours so deep into this case. I'm 4 hours deep in this case, and I've been reading it out loud. I'm getting water. I'm getting water. I'm getting water. I need water. I need water so fucking bad.
Okay. Got drinks, I've got snack here. Because I had a slice of pizza earlier and my stomach was like, nah, you ain't having that. Ding ding. Ding ding ding. Okay. I was updating delivery instructions for this in case I am like, wow, I'm dead. I need to go and freaking die and sleep. And then I can go and know that my roommate will know. Well, hopefully they ring the doorbell. I've been up since yesterday. Just to be clear, because my schedule has been ultimately fucked for the last, like, week. 2 weeks. I don't know, I just had, like, a day where I could not fall asleep because anxiety was like, yeah, cool. And before stray cats grab the ram and run away, I did hear a cat fight outside my house at like 4 in the morning today. But I don't know. I had like bad anxiety one night and I was just like, man, I can't sleep. And then it's been fricked up. It's been fricked up for too long now. And this is what always happens to me. Part 3 of this trial. Surely this is finale of this chapter? It is. I don't know why they split it up into 3 though. They didn't have to do that unless this goes on for another fucking 2 hours. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a woman, no. Hold on. Ah, a judicial assistant and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted in the court of law other than to testify. Jesus. Yeah, this really does. Where does this take place? The Great Ace Attorney year. No, not. 1800s, 1900s Japan. Yeah, it's the late 1800s right now.
Huh, you're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded.
Sorry, I'm eating a bread. 5 minutes. I will now allow a moment more.
But Your Excellency,
I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, but there's no time. Please simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh no, and of course not. Special characteristics of Curie and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Carrere? Can't believe this female is here. There's too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I can do on a note just inside the cover. If you can think it would be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful, thank you. Let's peep that shit! A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters of the reason have used this since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Instant paralysis of the body and subsequent death in minute doses. The above mentions effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, the solution for the respiratory arrest caused by the result for the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Yeah, maybe he just has like fucking lung cancer or some shit. Although it does say respiratory arrest, so... Damn, that's kind of crazy, actually. I don't understand how it... I still don't really understand how it got in, even like with the burn. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and defense one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Fan self.
The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. There's nothing more to add, Your Excellency.
Renosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look, the unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. Tea time? It seemed I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question, however, it's a demand.
Ooh!
I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense.
My apologies, dear lady. Counsel. What is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? It's my fucking badge, dude.
Yes!
Miss Giselle Brett. We're studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Research? By sheer coincidence, perhaps into a deadly poison. Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as Carrara. Carrare. Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. Complete and utter nonsense.
Carrare, you say? I've never even heard of it.
You wouldn't have done. I mean, you wouldn't have heard of Carrare before. One simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. Doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify it. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. Yeah, it's pretty indie poison. Whoa! Order. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Carrare has been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's unreasonably well known amongst European doctors and scientists to lace their arrows. A report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree that grows from deep in the Amazonian jungle. No, they used ricin in Breaking Bad. Curare? 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 Carrare. Carrari. I don't fucking know. Or do I care? This is never gonna come up again, I bet. Watch, every single murder in this game is caused by this poison. You wanna sum it up? Miss Brett? Ooh, she's looking fucking pissed right now.
Objection!
Ferrari. Oh, okay.
Trumpery. These aspirations are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of this so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would surely have noticed.
What do you say to that, Inspector? Ferrer? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I mean, obviously, we have found out that tonight, this morning, I'm very
hooked when it comes to pronunciations. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. It's the other way around. What do you mean the other way around?
What do you mean the other way around?
The fact that the victim didn't show any signs of visible distress is evidence that Karari was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters the person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all the strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all of his strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely under. Dude, that's why he got branded. She wanted to test if it worked, sick fuck. What the hell, dude? That's fucking sick, dude. But I don't follow, Cosma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. Full explanation extremely unpleasant. For a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes controlled respiration to fail. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And after a while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it looks like a victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. For the victim himself, oh my god, his final moments would be a living hell. That's fucked. And you're suggesting that this bottle, counsel, actually contains terrifying poison?
This is all very convenient, isn't it? The hitherto unknown poison, which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense.
If I may.
All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you need to be taught some manners.
It is you who must be taught.
Of course.
Take off the duck hat. So this is how you Japanese behave, is it?
What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them.
I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brent, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for an heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea that some poison doesn't even exist in the great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? He hasn't broke yet.
Oh, excuse me,
Your Excellency? Yes, Miss Brett? Yeah, borrow that bottle for a moment, please. Oh, well, yes, I don't know. She's gonna fucking chug it right here. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant island boy. Oh my god! To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is for Farcical comedy. You and your police games and foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really.
Damn, she really called them island boys, dude.
Cheers!
She didn't drink that shit. She didn't drink that shit at all. Did they ever talk about what happened to the gun that Renosuke picked up? I feel like that should have been important. I don't think so.
Whatever is the matter, you all look quite stunned. You do look quiet and quietus, little boy, but of course, that's the simple truth.
Oh, she's doing her fucking... It's cooking up, dude. She's cooking up.
Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough my time for the furtherance of friendship and between our countries. Yes, dear lady, we are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell a tale? Understand it? Well, I suppose nothing else. Our Eastern charade. Make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to be poison in that bottle, doesn't there? There can't have been, because otherwise she would have kneeled over dead. Come on, Renosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water
Contains no poison.
If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now.
Oh,
Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of a good staining until it's dark as your uniform and the ways of the world. Is that what this color is supposed to represent? There's a guileless ending to the...
what? I was wrong. I guess it contains poison, question mark?
Objection!
I was assuming it was the glass.
I believe that complication can be explained. Sorry,
I'm getting like into it.
How exactly? You need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one.
Oh, I'm about to brain blast, dude.
Very well. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. I must ask you to... It explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed. Badge tip coated with poison. That's my badge, dude. Yeah, see, proof that I'm a student. I always wear it on the collar of my jacket. Yeah, I guess this is the second paragraph. Yeah, it has to be the burn. Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Oh, yeah, he had a hole in his mouth with the tooth surgery. That does make sense. Am I presenting the report? Am I presenting the medical report? I guess I can present the medical report.
Yes!
No, it's not that. Okay, I guess I'm presenting her report. Blah, blah, blah. She doesn't have an injury. Yeah, the burn is just a red herring. I'm fairly certain.
Yes! Objection!
The porn support said he didn't die from the gun, yeah. Report is utter gibberish.
This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency.
I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Sato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by everyone. You will direct us to... Which section of the report reveals the answer to this? It's the third page, right? Special characteristics. It's left me curious about something. Oh, council. Oh, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows that they shoot at their prey that they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat.
She was gonna eat him? Get to the point, please.
But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey of the hunters that were going to eat? Surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council, that would be madness. I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. For a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When Karari enters the body through an open wound, it has terrible poisoning effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Brett, you authored this research. You knew special care. Did it say that? Did it actually mention the mouth? It doesn't mention the mouth at all. Boom, science. And you knew that you could make a spectacle drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... Oh, it's a real bird. Oh god, her mask grew. Yeah, it's the tooth. Well, Inosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
I fail to see how it is possibly... Shut up! Well, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with, some facts that he read in a book, but I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? Even as your brain has managed to deduce Karari is safe to ingest, it seems that likely its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Succus. If this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Goodness gracious. That's basic science. Science even a schoolboy wouldn't be able to understand now. Still think the doctor is not dead at all, and this is dude, the doctor was dead. He had an autopsy. Order in the court, order. Logic holds the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they'd be infected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, the Karari poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Surely even a little cockroach like you couldn't understand something as simple as that. Dude, the bird is unlocked. What is this swelling up inside me? Ooh, gimmick? Never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost like rage-like. And more than any— Dude, am I about to brain blast now? It's like an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Oh, he did the point! Oh, he did an objection! Oh, her mask got big. I don't think so, Miss Jezebel Brett. He fucking did it, dude! How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure you don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we now know the poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Karari? It's because of this fucking medical report card, dude. Oh wait, no, don't. Stop. I wanted to present it. Present. Take that. As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? Whoa! The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person who's been drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist. Look at him, he's so confident now, dude. If you, had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Yeah, that shit would have been awkward. You acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? Take off the hat. Let's see her fucking eyes. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh! See, when you leave vital evidence lying around, never know what might happen to it.
No!
Like, just slip. Can she do that? Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed.
No!
What is it? What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect as much of the water as broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet underneath my feet was just a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it.
How could you? You won't get away with this.
You can thump the bench and shout as much as you'd like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. The gun.
Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I assume, dear lady? Looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is this little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. It's true. Victim John H. Wilson was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? Well, she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes, we've come back this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true, so if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. With my head? You told me that before. Your powers of observation were one thing that you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I managed to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. The fork was a gun? It's
Kazuma, right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Okay, let's find some evidence really quick. There's no blood on that, though. There's no blood on either of these. It all comes back to the plate. It's been... oh, something is missing my memories of that day, whatever. It could be arriving at the truth. All of this. There somewhere. The clue that shows Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... the blood on the thing? Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? Ugh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime, like, for instance... plate of the steak that you took from the victim's table that day. Wait a minute, where are you going with it? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? And the dog's barking. Is my package delivered? No. Maybe. My phone. Nope, that's my roommate. Damn it. So my roommate coming home. It's a spattering of blood. What? Really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. Nope, that's him coughing up blood. Isn't it? Oh, true. There's no way that the blood and victim could end up directly behind him. The blood had made it on the plate, and implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite of the professor, as you were. Jezebel Brett, I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense.
Is the court seriously expected to believe something that the accuser is apparently just remembered seeing?
This could be the moment in my career as the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes. I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it neat and all.
And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief.
Hello, dummies. Did it all in the name of just... Okay. Yeah, that's his bit right now. Why is the detective coughing up blood? It hasn't been explained yet. You just said don't worry about it. Examine the plate at your leisure. Ah, I see. That's because the blood's right here. Wait, no. It's not. See, this is all I say. You can't trust what the Japanese do. Dude, this girl is on one. She's gonna have like really fucked up eyes, I bet. But I do promise to my... Sorry looking steak reveals all the facts too closely. This is not the same steak, I bet. The plate I saw or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Yeah, it turned out to be a living swan. The cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. It seems like a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. The symbol of electronic ball. Oh! This isn't the same one! Oh! The coin came back into play, dude! This is the wrong plate! The general stole the coin and hid it under a steak. And the guy in the beginning, the person's daughter, told us that the answer to the question was I do, which was the baby's name. Rinosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Dude, I freaking brain blasted this shit. It's all coming together. It's the baby. The baby did it. The baby shot and killed that man in the steakhouse.
Objection!
The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak.
This is the wrong one.
I will not give a ruling until... Please satisfied. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, it's still your position, isn't it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court what you were all alluding. Where precisely on the stake is this new clue to be found? I think it's a Koban coin, and the hallmark is from the Hoi era. It's in good condition, very valuable. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard bullion and bullion. God damn it. I'm trying to present this coin, and I pressed the wrong button.
Got it!
Got it. That's... Koban? What on earth? Ahoy era one at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you had ordered in the restaurant the same day of question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden under the meat? Shut up. A ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen the thing before in my life. I don't know what that is, but I don't want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction. That's true, dude. I hate it when I order a steak and I get a coin. A rare Hoi Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? Who was eating that steak?
Objection!
By all means, don't let her stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up. Even though I'm the one on trial here. Point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin and he can explain what it's doing under that stake. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it could belong to.
Take that!
Virio Correctasan. Curry as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are becoming quite unfathomable. Ah yes, the old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, but it wasn't him who ordered the steak. Exactly as the moment the gun was fired. Gunshot interested me now. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure? Indeed, the Hoyer Kaban, my prized coin. You mean to tell me? No, please. Why would Correa-san's Kaban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense. Oh, he's slamming. But he didn't order steak. Can't believe we've come back around that pair again, but I have a hunch, a strong hunch. If we chase down the real significance of this Koban, and we'll find it's a key element to this case. So who hid the coin? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the military guy. Essence is fierce in a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. When I cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless wizard antique. Nothing more I have to say. The sun has set on this reste shop's owner existence. Correct. The sun. Something has come to the light that requires your clarification. As far as your reste memory shares, have you ever seen this code? Oh my god! Respondents splendiferous Hoy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. Found a coin sandwiched. Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoy treasure. Dude, I thought this was gonna be done in like half an hour. Between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Who would... The baby did it. Now, the general ate a steak. He was there eating a steak. He said so. Can I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Osanaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right. A secret undercover operation. Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts and targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. Wicked crimes. We wanted to nip the case in the bud very quickly with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent undercover, is it? So took on the job as the waiter at a restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban is the work of the same thief. Unbeknownst to us, there's a master thief in the work here on a regular basis. It's the fucking baby, dude. He's already at the scene of several kinds, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid the correct Koban is all too clear. What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable capitalist who stole the coin? Can I present the baby? No? It was you! A yes and no, sir. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of Le Carnival, am I? Are you seriously accusing me of all these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Idu. Idu was the mastermind. Idu's actually an old man. He's not a baby. Oh! Clippity clop, clippity clop. Ah. Oh! But Imperial Army, yes, Sergeant, yes, you know, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Yeah, you got a fucking Ratatouille, dude. Do any of you know the extraordinary low wages in the Nippon Imperial Army pays expect to keep our country safe? Temporary taxation. Look. Understand temporary increase in taxation owing the recently ended conflicts remains in place. I've heard it's hard for you, the lower ranking soldiers, to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. But that's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? Place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worrying believable. And your target that day was the old man in his Koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. A veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak. I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang. Yes, when the professor was shot. Knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I do too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it right under the stake. Hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. I mean, this kind of has nothing to do with anything, but it was also just like a mini mystery. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling on your own time. Well, Miss Brett, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us.
I'm sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman, please be excused, Your Excellency.
The theft of the Koban is completely perpetrated by this baby-saddle sergeant. It certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well, we just proved that that steak wasn't yours. Picking up a steak and biting it without using a knife and fork. It's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yeah, they wanted to make sure there was no fucking plot hole there. Hold it.
And good day.
Hey chat, Triple J, I need to take a couple shifts, just saying.
I really just don't enjoy learning cop. I get like really overwhelmed when I'm learning cop. It kind of fucking sucks to learn. It's like such an overwhelming experience.
Two very interesting new hires to learn along are
Yeah, it's I guess Annie and Violet, right?
Annie's cop and Snow's cop. Oh, Kiva. Kiva finally joined the SDSO? No shot, dude. They've been trying to get Kiva on for like a really long time. Like a really, really long time. Did Annie also get hired? Because I know she had her interview today. Hmm. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Yeah, he did derail a little bit, but it's alright. Da, da, da. Did I play the Danganronpa trilogy? Nope. It's on sale though, I might pick it up.
Hold it!
Danganronpa would be a great watch too. Dude, if this first case is 5 hours, I don't even want to know what the second and third cases are gonna be, or like the second, third, fourth, fifth cases are gonna be like. Reading this is kind of a pain in the ass, dude. I've been streaming since fucking like 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. I've been reading out loud for 5 hours straight now, almost, with like a 7-minute break in between. Something I'd like to ask you. I'd like to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction? What was the contradiction? Picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's just beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Let's see. What parting words are you talking about, Renesuke? The fork and knife part? The fork knife? Fortnite? Putting the coin underneath. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. We're gonna need to see some evidence. Where's the evidence to prove it? In the photo, I guess. Yo, Chris coming in with the 20 gifted subs. Holy moly. Thank you so much. What the heck?
Take that!
The crime scene photo itself? Thank you. If you guys got a gifted sub, please make sure to say thank you. Photographic. What was I saying before? Was I saying photographic? Was that what I was saying earlier this morning? I don't know how I don't even know how I was reading it like that. I kept saying it, like, just, I don't know. Photographic. Print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. Steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. Steak that was on the victim's table just before the the professor was killed. Oh, you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed exactly what, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman can ever contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. Dude, the general eats the steak like it was on no pixel, dude. You just pick that steak up and you fucking bite into it. So, the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, and there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all. What was your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, she's panicking.
Oh, whatever you say, dear lady.
As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer.
Of course, of course, of course. This will be all over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place.
Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She realizes the catastrophic implications these teeth marks have in steak. Oh my god. What do the steak marks mean? And most importantly, The evidence that proves once and for all. Natural, as you put it, counsel. But exactly what are you suggesting it tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that those barbaric teeth marks in the stake here want the conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase typical Japanese empty threats. Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't even been brought up before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Wow. Whoa.
Objection!
This is absurd. This trial has run several hours already. Can you say the evidence is still yet to be brought forward? Yeah, it has been several hours, hasn't it? This can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it'll solve every remaining mystery about the... Okay? That's my last request of the defense. The butler?
Take that!
You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Everyone's attention has been focused on this steak with the teeth marks. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Osa told me the following. I'd enjoy chomping on my way through a good steak, as well as admitting to stealing Correcta's coin. He told us that it slipped under the steak. Sergeant Nosa, can you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put on the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Attention, affirmative, of course. Might be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army. But still, I'm brave enough to ask a foreign gentlelady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted into evidence earlier was the wrong stake.
Objection!
The plate was from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To suggest the thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. God, I'm getting more and more cooked by the second. Surely you're not gonna suggest that the sergeant switch the two stakes over? No. I saw a civilian been murdered right in front of my eyes like that. I panicked. Then the waiter announced he was undercover policeman. I thought I'd had it. When the cadet was taken off the kitchen, I swapped the steaks. Military precision and timing. I swept my steak around with the foreign ladies. What? Can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. You're not. I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, and it's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant. So, Sergeant Nosip switched the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate that it was on back to his own table. Earlier in this trial, he told the court this. He said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's.
Oh, she's panicking. Ooh, he's pointing.
The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment she was shot. What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat?
Objection!
It's not that. It's the blood. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason my steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? And once you decided it was a problem for me, not me, the reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. He thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot to the wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further, Inspector. You will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at this time of the incident. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Well, there's the blood splatter. The blood stain, it's clearly visible. In other words, it's impossible for an arrow to have sound to have shot the victim. Waiter Zuckerberg. Yes, sir. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. See her fucked up eyes. Come on, let's go. Zyle Brett. Zyle Brett? I still don't know the pun. Oh my god, her swan died. Not done by a Japanese? Me? A Japanese schoolboy? No. She's having a breakdown. It's breakdown time. Little chickies, dude. Oh, there's a... Okay. She fucking died. Little chickies.
Everybody is stun locked. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Please forgive me. That did not just happen. It means we're pretty freaking close to the end of this trial. If the person who you, like, figured it out has a breakdown, and it's very comedic all the time, it will happen. I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of water and it'd all be over. I placed that steak that I ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over and greet the professor... well, that just pissed me off. Meant I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair, but he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point. So I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. Planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So, under your skirt? So I was right, there were two guns. Yes. Yeah, he did. When I finished my coffee to got up to leave. Cause they were all like, there's no way she could have hid it anywhere. In her outfit. And he's like, well, there's several places, actually. Shit. I missed that dialogue prompt. What did he say? Oh. I just accidentally pressed a button. I swear I'd noticed it, and everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up... bang! I killed that bitch. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because of course, he made it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. Well, why'd she do it? So there you have it. That was the entirety of my misdemeanor. Nobody's asked but why. I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Oh, she wasn't real. Seeing this trial is finally running. But why? This can't be. Takasuchi, ouchie. Does not lose, and not to the likes of this rookie student. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Oh, Yunosuke Naruhodo. But yes, this insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. Oh boy, if he knew. Is she getting away with murder? No, I don't think so. I'm succeeding with the Age Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh boy, we're getting Ouchi Jr. for the next trial? No, we're not. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. He's gonna slice off his top knot, isn't he? Oh, he's so cool. Thousand millennia may pass, and still the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Dude! Wow, that's chills, dude. Because that's what happens. So, he's always the tutorial, fucking prosecutor. And he usually has a toupee. And every time he loses, that toupee he shows his baldness, yada yada yada. He's a tutorial L-taker, and it's just the running gag. He thinks he's so hot shit, and every time you just fucking, you destroy him, you fucking dunk on him. And you're playing as Phoenix Wright's grandpa? Great-grandpa? I'm pretty sure it's his great-grandpa. Great-great-grandpa? It's his ancestor. And, yeah, he still be doing that shit in the present day. Use of evidence and deduction around religious truth and modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world, but Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure the science will bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. It's for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asagi. Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. Do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed on you. The mission? I understand, Your Excellency. That's sussy. As for you, oh, you're gonna be not guilty. You have unusual potential. I look forward to you seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Not guilty. Confetti! Oh, it's cherry blossoms. Guess that makes sense. Guess they haven't invented confetti yet. Court is now adjourned. Can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Cosmo. Can't wait for you to die.
He's gonna die. There's no way he doesn't die. And that's why I have to go to Britain.
So you owed me an extra large sukiyaki from the Yume University Street.
Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off.
Yeah, we did that shit.
Oh no, I didn't do anything. Oh, thank you so much. Priadan had that research report of Miss Brett's. I don't know how things would have turned out. Kind words should have been in bay for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to university and investigate. Do I get maiden now?
I don't know if she's gonna be... I don't know if she's like the Maya or the Pearl of this game. I don't think she's the Pearl of this game. She could be the Maya of this game.
You're gonna make it to oh, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order.
She did just do a Maya pose though, so it could be.
I should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed us to the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. Because you actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikitoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now, besides. It's your turn, Asagi. Great Britain is a magnificent country and leads the world in science, medicine, English, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will learn all that I can. I'll swear on this, the spirit of the Asagi clan. Not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? He's gonna get stabbed with this sword. Japanese man's katana is his soul. The blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but what do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She's dead. For Shanghai? What? Shanghai? Why not? It's all a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It's a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Must What's all this about consular jurisdiction? What does that mean? Could not try this particular foreigner for crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her here? Then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear a case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right, but she was the Minister Justice daughter, probably. Can't they? She's a student. Something strange is going on. So Miss Bright can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. Afraid for that the young student. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Bright. We're taking this case of a foreign exchange student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, and this new era has been heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt that that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. No, dude. I'm going to Britain. Enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Professor. You're right, this is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? So why is he dying? You're Detective Hosonaga-san, are you? You could just be... just old-time things. Going to La Carnival! He's got stalker syndrome. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Yeah, that... Why'd she kill Dr. Wilson? Miss Ryunosuke, I wanted to say thanks again, that's all. Really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing! You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? Your skills made the difference though. One day I'll bet you're the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help but thinking that maybe you're the next one destined to become a great lawyer. Yo, Vatnus, thank you for the 3 months.
Stay cozy.
What? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the start of the trial, but you have a very natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, not me. That tense verbal combat, I never want to go through it again. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. Well, that's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them in all times. Like he believed me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I have some superhuman ability to know the truth, but you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner, but remain faithful to what you chose to believe even then. Well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client... Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, you face seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. In the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Murnosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is it? Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. I want you to go to Britain with me. First court victory in your study to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah yes, that too. That was the last time I ever saw Kazuma. So my first trial came to an end. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through the trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life.
Fuck! I want to watch the next cutscene so bad, but I don't want to read anymore.
I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch it, but I can't read it anymore. How many is there? 1, 3, 4, 5.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft,
Sholmes,
almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. and evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Stowaway.
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
It's gonna be
Don't be upset.
Cosma.
This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world.
It's Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
My head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Fun fact, Sherlock Holmes became public domain only in January 2023, and the Japanese version used Sherlock Holmes, but since it was released in 2021, they had to go with Sherlock Holmes. No Professor Layton? No. I can't move. Alright, my bro. Nope. Nope. I ain't dealing with this shit. I ain't dealing with this shit again, dude. Yosuke and Maya, dude. Yeah, for real. Anyways, that's a little sampler we get for now. Because I cannot read this anymore. I can't read this out loud anymore. I'm sorry. I am going to rest my voice but I had a lot of fun. I'm expecting this kind of portions to be a lot longer though. Vocally, holy shit, that hurt. It's a really good case. It's a good case. Really fun, but understandable. Yeah, so the second cases are always fun because or every case after the first one is fun because you get to investigate crime scenes now. Crime scene investigation is unlocked, which is gonna be really fun. Yeah, spent 6 hours, and I don't think I could do anymore. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. It'd kind of be fun if I had people like to read it with, but I didn't expect people to do that. I love the crime scene investigation parts of Ace Attorney games. 6 hours for the tutorial case is wild. Yeah, it probably would have went a lot quicker if I didn't read it out loud. But I'm kind of surprised that I was able to read for 6 hours straight. I don't think I've ever read 6 hours straight vocally. That shit hurted, dude. That shit hurted for real. But yeah, I had fun. We can do some more another time. I'm probably gonna be like kind of just picking at it more because I kind of realized how the pacing would be going after the 6-hour tutorial. But I love Ace Attorney games, so I'm excited to play through it. I've been playing it off for a while. And yeah. I'm gonna go chill. I'll read Annie, I suppose. And y'all have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. And I will see you all later.